And the recording is now up, which means this is your host, Kozar Spell. And welcome back to Fallout 4. In the last episode, we did shenanigans. And in this episode, we will continue during... Wait, turn the game down a hair? Really? Hold on. Is that really that loud? Alright, let's see what's going on here. Bottle cap, ooh la 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 la. Sorry. Let's see. We have to go to Good Neighbor, that's right. We also need to go find a place to buy a lot more bullets. So let's start with buying a lot more bullets. I hope I can buy bullets from the place. I hope I didn't clear everyone out because I am running low. Over to gun runners. Oh man, I wish.
Yes?
Every conceivable good you could ever need is right here. If we don't have it, it's inconceivable.
I'll take a look, sure.
Anything and everything.
Alright, you got shotguns. Alright, now we gotta wait for people to actually wake up so I can talk to the other store owners.
I may sell just about everything, but none of it is scrap.
I'll take a look, sure.
Everything you need.
I'd ask what happened to Drugsy's face, but he did kind of get exposed to a pretty... No, his face looked like this before. Like before the bombs fell, we gave him the backstory because I gave him every single boxer bruise in the game. He's basically Glass Joe from Punch-Out, in which he lost every single fight he's ever been in. So now he uses a shotgun. And there we go.
We can talk about guns, or maybe you want to consider something more up close.
Uh-huh. I've got a few minutes to browse.
Everything hand-tooled.
And you have 50! That's amazing. And now... There we go. Now we can swing on over to Good Neighbor. Hopefully the load times are a bit better this time because I installed a mod and it seems keep in mind before last stream every load screen was about 1 minute 40 seconds. So I'm actually gonna need to count to see if they're better this time. I think they're only like 15 seconds now, which that mod is amazing. Oh, and you have 50? You're my best friend, Cleo.
Means a lot to me that you made the library safer.
Let's see what you have.
Remember, no returns, exchanges, or death threats.
Oh, jackpot.
Huh?
Yeah, that's a much better value.
Brotherhood of Steel better stay out of good neighbor. All I'm saying.
And now then, what do we got?
Well, Mr. Valentine.
Hey, Valentine.
Let's go talk to
I
Amari.
thought you had forgotten about little me.
May have walked out of the den, Irma, but I'd never walk out on you.
Amari's downstairs, you big flirt.
Yeah, Valentine is smooth.
I take it this isn't a social call.
We need your help, Doctor. I need the memories from a man named Kellogg. But he's dead.
I know it's asking for You've pulled off the impossible before.
Are you two mad? Putting aside the fact that you're asking me to defile a corpse, you don't realize
Hell yeah.
that the memory simulators require intact, living brains to function.
Huh? Sorry, what was that?
Please. Nick told me you're the only one who can make this work.
I was too busy stealing from you to pay attention to any of the moral ramifications of my deeds that I'm asking you to commit.
Need this, and so do we.
Fine. I'll take a look. But no guarantees. Do you have it with you?
Here's what I could find.
What's this? This isn't a brain. This is... Wait. That's the hippocampus. And this thing attached to it? A neural interface?
Those circuits look awfully familiar.
I'm not surprised. From what I've seen, all institute...
I keep it right next to my old soup cans, yeah.
Go on, Doctor.
Mr. Valentine is an older generation synth. But Institute technology being what it is, the brain implant could fit him. But that's an incredible risk to take. We're talking about wiring something to his brain.
Don't worry about me, Amari. I'm well past the warranty date anyway.
I appreciate this, Nick.
You can thank me when we've found your son. All right, let's do this.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Valentine, just sit down.
If I start cackling like an old grizzled mercenary, pull me out, okay?
Let's see here. I need you to keep talking to me, Mr. Valentine.
Just put it right into that trench coat.
Change in your cognitive functions could be dire. Are you feeling any different?
There's a lot of flashes. Static. I can't make sense of any of it, Doc.
That's what I was afraid of. The mnemonic impressions are encoded. It appears the Institute has one last failsafe. There's a lock on the memories in the implant.
Tell me you have a way past this, Doc.
Let me think. The encryption is too strong for a single mind. But what if we use two? We load both you and Mr. Valentine into the memory loungers. Run your cognitive functions in parallel. He'll act as a host, while your consciousness drives through whatever memories we can find.
I mean,
Nick and I are gonna share a mind? Yeah, I'm not gonna see him in any compromising positions, am I?
Yeah, if a smart mouth was all it took to solve problems, we would have found your son by now.
No. You won't have to worry about that. The only memories you'll access are the ones in the implant.
All right. Let's get started.
Just sit down over there, and keep your fingers crossed.
See you on the other side.
don't worry, Dogmeat, I'll be back. Maybe. We shall see.
Migration between the transplant and the host. Mnemonic activity coming from the transplant. It's degenerated, but it's there. We're going to load you into the strongest memories we can find. They might not be stable. Just hold on.
Whee! And now we get to go through the memories of Kellogg, everyone's favorite character.
The simulation appears to be working, although the memories are quite fragmentary. I'll try to step you through the intact memories and hope we find one that gives us some clue to the Institute's location. There. This is the earliest intact memory I can find.
Turn down the goddamn radio!
Okay, abusive father, got it.
This doesn't seem to be what we're looking for. There appears to be another intact memory close to you in temporal sequence.
It's gonna be
There.
fine. You'll see.
Try that one.
We don't know anybody here. And now, with the baby?
Come on, Sarah, you've got to give it a chance. I finally got steady work with a good outfit. Nothing like that in the NCR these days.
Okay, don't care.
Let's keep looking. I'll connect you to the next intact memory.
He wants to give good money to start a good life, but we know things are not going to go as well.
How did you think this was going to end, Kellogg?
Nope, that can't be it.
Another memory to try.
He's just recreating the moment where we stopped him. Well, not we stopped him. He got talked about that earlier.
Mind if we sit down?
Suit yourself.
I think this is where the Institute contacts him.
Well, we seem to be getting closer. Try this next one.
Mr. Kellogg, I'm glad you decided to meet with
No, wait, this is where the Institute contacts him after his last mission went awry.
Myself.
Getting warmer. One of these has got to tell us something. We're running out of brain here. There's one that looks...
Hey, I was part of this scene!
Cryogenic stasis. Suspended.
Vault computers are still working.
Let's see, which one am I in?
Checking through the logs.
There's my beautiful mug!
Find it.
How's it going, me?
Even then, I knew it was a mistake leaving him
Found
alive.
another
Okay.
intact memory.
I understood that kind of revenge. No one better. But I was cocky.
Is that your son? This appears to be a very recent memory. So, good news, I think.
Kellogg.
It's okay. One of these days, you're gonna get your head blown off just barging in here like that.
Minimizing my exposure to civilians is a priority.
Forget I said anything. So what's the big crisis this time?
New orders for you. One of our scientists has left the Institute.
Left? As in?
He's gone rogue. Name's Dr.
I like standing close to other people, too.
I know he's hiding somewhere in the glowing sea. Here's his file.
There we go.
Some heads are gonna roll for this. Capture and return, or just elimination?
Elimination. He was working on a highly classified program.
No kidding. One of the top bioscience boys? Damn. So, I guess you're taking the kid back with you.
Affirmative. Your only mission is to locate and eliminate Virgil.
You're taking me home to my father?
Yes. Stand next to me and hold still.
Okay.
If Kellogg stole Sean as long ago, he should have been an old decrepit man by now. You can actually find files inside of the Institute that tell you that Kellogg is mostly machine. He has so many cybernetic surgeries done to him he is ancient.
Teleportation.
But he still looks good. That is Institute tech for you.
Because there is no
All experimental.
Let me pull you out of there as soon as you're ready.
I'm free!
I don't know what kind of side effects the procedure might have had. No one's ever done this before. How do you feel?
Why do I need to hold on? Let's go!
Okay, Doctor. Thank you.
That's good, but I want you to keep monitoring yourself. We have to be sure there's no long-term damage.
Who cares about the long term? I'm taking so much shit I'm gonna die by the end of the series.
We got what we needed. The Institute uses teleportation to get in and out.
Yes, their greatest secret has finally been revealed. But that only leads to more questions. How does it work? Where do we go next?
That scientist Kellogg was supposed to track down. Virgil, we need to find him.
You're right. A rogue Institute scientist could answer all kinds of questions. Where did the memory say he was? The glowing sea? That doesn't make sense. No one goes there. Not even if they were desperate.
If we need to find Virgil, then I'm going after him.
If you're going to go, be prepared. You'll need some way to combat the radiation there. It's called the glowing sea for a reason.
I'll find a way to get through the rads. Don't worry.
Good luck. And be safe. By the way...
Haha, save. Good one. Ooh, stuff.
Remove the implant.
Let's see, how am I doing on levels? Why don't we grab... Alright, I'm just thinking. Let's grab another rank of endurance. Just to keep me with more HP.
Nick.
Hope you got what you were looking for inside my head. That was right. I should have killed you when you were on ice.
You want to try for round 2? Let's go!
What? What are you talking about?
Wait. Were you just playing a joke on me?
I guess that's for you to wonder and for me and Kellogg's memories to know for sure. Anyway, I feel fine, so let's get going.
I'm gonna head out on my own from here, Nick.
Good luck out there. You know where to find me.
I really don't. Your office, maybe, or here, maybe. We'll see. Time to go to the glowing sea. It's going to be a long trek there, which is why we needed all that shotgun ammo. But it's time. It is time for us to go on an adventure. You know, I love that this is the pickpocket perk, but if you look at it from this angle, it looks like the ventriloquism perk. Not really a joke, I just thought of that. Time to explore the beautiful Commonwealth, where nothing bad ever... Oh god, something bad! Where do you think you're going? Jeez, this was a regular dose of jet. That rad stag swallowed a kickball. Good to know. I keep swearing I'm hearing things because I'm crazy. What kind of beautiful locale did I discover? Robotics Pioneer Park? That sounds like a place with a bunch of robots. Oh, hello. Alpha! Psychojet. Psychojet lasts for a long time now. Great. Well, it's time to begin our adventure. We start our adventure with super drugs. Okay, let's drink some irradiated blood. Just to get some HP. And where's the mysterious serum? It should be under M. Oh, that Geiger counter hates me. Oh no! Oh, slow motion! Girl. We're gonna race the radiation? Oh, heck yeah, we are. Says something is very angry below me. Probably a pack of feral ghouls. You're surprised the red isn't covering more of my HP bar? No, I took drugs. The mysterious serum heals you so quickly, it outpaces the rads. How long does it last? Hours? Like in real lifetime. Is it affected by my chem perks? I do not know. I believe it is. I do not know. Hello. is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Yeah, okay, so apparently it's like 24 hours. Yeah. We'll probably be done with the playthrough long before this one dose wears off. I mean, I guess if I wait enough in-game time, it will wear off.
You approach Atom's holy ground. Why? State your purpose or be divided in his sight.
I'm here because I need your help.
Do you seek division? Have you come to merge with Atom? To be split in his infinite glory? Or do you seek to tear down his followers?
Nothing.
I'm looking for someone named Virgil.
Virgil? Yes. We know this Virgil. What do you want with him?
I just need some information from him.
I see. In truth, this Virgil has caused some concern. Some believe his presence is an affront to Atom. Though he came to trade with us on a few occasions, we have had little other contact with him. It was quite clear he wanted to be left alone. You can find him southwest of the crater, living in a cave. I would approach cautiously were I you. I feel he does not want visitors.
Thanks.
In the end, we are all Christian.
Okay, now that we're out of the crater, we can just make a straight shot to it. I think my big problem with the glowing sea is that there's just nothing to investigate here. If you go inside these buildings, there's almost nothing. It's like a desert, but green instead of brown, but there's still plenty of brown. It's just not tan like a desert, it's just mud. And yeah, there's plenty of green too, but there's always a Deathclaw outside of Virgil's house. I don't know why he keeps this pet Deathclaw. He should just get rid of it. Deathclaw ate a basketball? Yeah. Deathclaws be ballin'. I stole your cans.
Take it nice and slow. No sudden moves.
Are these sudden moves?
So where's Kellogg? Huh? Trying to sneak up on me while you distract me? It's not going to work. I'm not stupid. I knew they'd send him after me.
I'm just here to talk.
That's so. Then talk. Fast.
I need your help.
My help? With what? How did you even find me anyway?
I'm just a guy looking for information on the Institute.
The Institute? So, they did send you, didn't they? You're working with Kellogg.
Relax, big guy. Kellogg won't be coming after you. He's dead.
Dead? He's dead. Don't you lie to me.
I'm not lying. I killed him myself.
Did you? Kellogg was ruthless. There's a reason the Institute used him to do their dirty work for so many years. I knew they'd send him after me. Tried to prepare for it. But I still wasn't sure I'd make it. And so you killed him, eh? Then what do you want with me?
Why did you leave the Institute? I know you came from there.
You know about the escape? But how? No, it doesn't matter. I'm not going back. I can't go back. Look at me. Why are you even here? What do you want?
Relax. I just need to know how to get in there.
Wait, what? Are you serious? You want to get into the Institute? Are you insane?
I'm high.
Mind how nearly impossible that is. Even if you were to succeed, it'd almost certainly end in your immediate death. What reason could you possibly have for taking that kind of risk?
I want to find the best drugs in the universe.
It doesn't matter.
Fine. You know what? I don't even want to know. You want to get yourself killed, that's your problem. But I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. I can help you get in there, but I want something in return.
You help me and I'll help you.
All right. If I help you, you're going to do something for me. Before I was forced to leave, I was working on a serum to reverse this mutation. It could return me to normal. You understand? So if you get in there, I need you to find it in my old office and bring it to me. I think that's pretty reasonable in exchange for helping you. All right? Let's talk details. First things first. You know how synths get in and out of the Institute?
Yeah, they use some sort of teleporter.
Well. Not many know about it. Pretty closely guarded secret. You've certainly done your homework. It's commonly referred to as the molecular relay. I don't understand all the science behind it, but it works. Dematerializes you in one place, rematerializes you in another. I'm sure it sounds crazy, but it's a reality. The relay is the only way in and out of the Institute. You understand? The only one.
Wrong. There's actually a sewer grate you can get into. Did I mention I hate the Minutemen ending of this game?
That means you're going to have to use it. Now, have you ever seen an Institute courser?
No, never heard of him.
Another secret of the Institute. Trust me, it's good that you haven't found out the hard way. Coursers are Institute synths, designed for one purpose. They're hunters. Operations go wrong, a synth goes missing, and a courser is dispatched. They're very good at what they do, and you're going to have to kill one.
Let's go. Just point me in the right direction.
Well, I suppose your enthusiasm counts for something.
I'ma go kill things.
Special hardware that gives them a direct connection to the relay in the Institute. It's embedded in a chip in their heads. You need that chip. But to get it, you'll have to find a courser. Now, I don't know exactly where you can find one. They haven't sent any after me. And sitting here waiting doesn't seem like a good plan. You're going to have to hunt one down. I can tell you where to start and give you some help finding one. But you'll have to do the dirty work.
Okay, let's get to work.
Right. The primary insertion point for coursers is in the ruins of CIT, directly above the Institute. so you'll want to head there. Now, the relay causes some pretty heavy interference all across the EM spectrum. You've got a radio on that Pip-Boy, right? When you get to the ruins, tune it to the lower end of the band and listen in. You'll be able to hear the interference. Follow the signal, and it'll lead you to a courser. Then, you just have to not get killed. Not gonna lie, the odds aren't in your favor here. But if you do make it, remember what I said about the serum. I need it badly. I really do hope you find what you're looking for.
You don't even know what I'm looking for. I could be looking for super nukes. Okay. Now to head to that place. Might be able to find, to be fair, the Institute 90% likely has super nukes. It's true! They probably do. To be fair, though, I don't think I've ever seen that section. They got a lot of things, but I don't... You know what? I'm not sure if they have super nukes. They're more into the mad scientist route, not the blow everything up scientist route. Ooh, shotgun shells. Thank you very much. Food paste. Oh, dang. All these guys have shotgun shells. Except for the gunners. Peekaboo! Okay. Good boy. You know what? You get a reward for that. Dog me, come here.
Hey.
What?
Hey.
Aren't I able to equip you with those? Yeah, doggles. Boom, we are now immune to being addicted as soon as I cure my addiction. Do I have any addictol? No. Well, next time I head to Diamond City. You take drugs so often you don't think addiction can affect you? Psycho addiction is pretty bad. Makes you take... It's like whenever you're not using Psycho, with my Psycho Jet, I'll be taking extra damage. It, like, lowers my damage resist.
The hell was that? Get some, motherfucker!
Who's there? Nothing there now.
Nice. Ooh, hunting rifle. Dang, phasing through wall raiders. All right. Now we just have to kill the... Never mind. Everything's pretty much already dead.
The courser's on the second floor. Kill on sight. Send reinforcements to the lobby in case there are more.
Ha! They think I'm the courser. Wait. Dang tree!
What's going on down there? How many are we dealing with?
I like all these stim packs they have. Very useful. still need plastic.
Yes.
See, how much jet do I have? 12. Ooh. I'm running low. Okay, how am I doing on weight? Oh, almost out. What is going on? Hang on, I just gotta go boop to boop this.
Yes.
Ow. That minorly was annoying. Ow, that was really annoying. Always gotta be that one dude with rocket launcher. Making my life miserable.
Nice.
Oh shit. Ripped it off the wall before it exploded. That's how that works, right? And it definitely would not explode in my hand after ripping it off the wall so quickly.
Sweet.
Okay. Adhesive. Shotgun shells. Yeah, dude, come at me with the batons. The batons are definitely what will get me. Ow. Ow. Like bee stings. Dang! A missile to the face didn't even do half my health. I'm getting stronger. Alright, and back to looting. You guys don't even use shotguns, but thank you for all the shotgun shells. No, an 8-bowl ceramic. Dog meat, why'd you do that? No, dog meat used to be able to trip traps, and they programmed that out of the game because of how annoying it was. It makes less sense, but, you know, it's actually kind of nice. And full health. Ah, the mysterious serum wore off. Oh, that must be 8 hours in game time, not real life.
You don't have to do this, please.
What? No. I did it!
Hey there.
He deserved to die. I know you're not here for me, but I can't get out. Not on my own. I'm going to have to trust you to help me.
I promise not to hurt you.
I guess
I promise I won't
no
hurt
choice.
you.
Do I? The guard put the password in a toolbox. Over there, under the stairs. Use it to gain access to the terminal. And open the door.
Let's see. Here's the courser chip.
It's in the toolbox. Under the stairs.
Security's too good. Excuse me.
He deserved to die. I know. I'm going to have to...
Sure. I promise.
I guess the guard put the password in a... Use it to gain...
Toolbox, right?
Excuse me.
Thank you. I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything. Just get out of here.
Alright, I think that was very productive. We killed a lot of people. Let's say we celebrate with a round of drugs. And by that I mean making drugs. That's right, we're gonna go get the good shit. Also hit Diamond City. Yeah, we're gonna do a round of getting money and all that. Just doing a once over here because I didn't really loot this place when I first came in. Yeah, I know you meant for the addiction. I'm saying there's like a lot. It's from the dollar store. How good could it be? Hey! I'll have you know, Jet is life in this game. So we're gonna go to our favorite place, Abernathy Farm.
Here for work? We could use some help picking melons if you've got some spare time. I'll give you caps for any...
There you are.
Got no reason to trust strangers, so maybe you should be moving along. I take it you want to trade?
Sure.
Fertilizer. They're gonna be wondering what crops you're growing. Yeah. But I'm not telling them. Alright, time to dump all of my... Should really unload dog meat one of these years? Well, okay, we'll do dog meat in Diamond City, okay? Ah, good drugs. We're back up to 29. Now we're going to be swinging on over to Diamond City. Buff tats, because we have the ingredients. That is absolutely correct.
These ain't just any old pieces of wood. A swatter is a...
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Feel that.
Okay. Let's unload dog meat.
Hey.
Thank you. It's like I can finally
Hey,
think
Mo.
straight. Remember, swatters will win you the game. The game of beating people up, that is.
Let's see what you got.
Genuine articles.
You took his doggles? Oh, I'm sorry.
Heads up.
I gave up alcohol after settling down here.
Hey, Arturo.
Doctor said
You know,
I shot
a
my
shotgun's
liver.
great insurance against raiders, but I gotta...
Right. I've got a few minutes.
Self-defense at...
And you're back on shotgun shells. Sweet.
You again. All right, got plenty of supplies.
I'll take a look, sure.
Everything you need.
Okay, and you have... fertilizer and plastic.
Hey, you see that big blimp? What's the Brotherhood of Steel?
Solomon.
Got everything you could need. Med.
Uh-huh. Sure. Let's take a look.
Got your fix.
And you got Jet, Psycho, and you know what? Give me all your stim packs.
Let's get you examined right away.
We need to start stocking up on a few of those for the tougher fights.
Yeah. Take a look at me, Doc.
Go over your symptoms with me.
I've got an itch, Doc. Too many chems. Got anything that can help?
We can sober you up. Please, don't be an idiot and go out drinking immediately after the procedure.
Who would go drinking after a procedure? Oh, yes.
All done. Any other complaints?
No other complaints.
All right. Don't ruin my hard work by dying out there.
You watch your step.
Yeah, I won't go drinking. Let's see. Let's go get that chip analyzed. Drink the alcohol? No! Drinking is for squares. We do drugs here.
Hey.
Yes?
Cleo.
I hope you're buying. Even a
Uh-huh. Let's see what you have.
purchase of a...
Daisy.
Means a lot to me that you made.
Inject the alcohol.
Take a look. Sure.
Drink the drugs. Oh gosh.
Doesn't.
You know, if my character learned that it would be more powerful that way, he would.
What's up? Now I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in my time. I am shiver.
Drink the cigarettes. Oh gosh.
You're back. The glowing sea. Virgil. What happened?
I found Virgil. He has a way inside the Institute.
Stay in drugs, don't do
Code
school.
for Corso.
Oh gosh, no, please,
You
chat.
fought a Corso. Oh my god. Unfortunately,
This stream was not supposed to make bad influences out of all of you.
I don't know what that chip does, let alone how to decode it. But there are people who might. I work with a group that, well, they're the only ones I know that even have a chance at cracking Institute security. They're called the Railroad.
Thanks, Doc. How do I find them?
I can't contact them directly. They usually come to me when they have a synth that's escaped the Institute and wants new memories. But I do have a code phrase, some kind of clue if I ever needed to find them on my own. Follow the Freedom Trail.
All right. I'll find them.
Good luck.
Uh-huh.
Alright, time to go to the railroad.
Yeah?
And come on, game. There we go. Hey, Swan, I feel like killing you for no reason. Didn't even live a full magazine. Yeah, that's the power of Psychojet. And I even got a new piece of armor out of it. Okay, nothing around here, so more endurance. Come on, can't anyone around here have some shotgun shells to fill me up after I'm done shooting ya? Ooh, what did you have on you? Eh. A single shotgun shell? Come on, dude. Okay, you're gone. Bye-bye, Commander. Okay, no, I do no damage. You wish they expanded the gunner? I do too. The gunners are really interesting. They're like really intelligent compared to most raiders. Ow, ow, ow. Oh snap. Ah, he crippled me. All better. Okay, that's DB. I can never remember where the church is. Okay, let's take a look at the map. Now, if I were the church, where would I be? Because I highly doubt I already found it. I think that's the symbol for it. Yep, here it is. Finally made our way to the railroad. A blazing switchblade. I actually hate a lot of the the legendary melee weapons in this game, because it does what you don't think it would do. Like, does anyone here remember what it does? Like what the blazing switchblade does if you didn't read it right there? Because I know what it should do. It's 25% chance to deal 50 fire damage on a successful block. Ooh. Not you are setting things up. Oh, are people remembering this now? I've always hated, yeah, self-water. I've always hated the melee weapons in this, the legendary melee weapons in this game, because most of them are just like, chance to do thing on block. No one's blocking! Most of your enemies shoot you. You cannot block bullet. Okay, time for this fun puzzle.
It spins.
R.
So it starts with R?
A. I. L. R. O. A. T. Also, can we all agree that that's probably the dumbest password that the railroad could use?
Stop right there. You went through a lot of effort to arrange this meeting. But before we go any further, answer my questions. Who the hell are you?
Not 1 foot closer.
Why don't you tell me who you are first?
In a world full of suspicion, treachery, and hunters, we're the synth's only friends. We're the Railroad. So answer my question.
I followed the Freedom Trail looking for the Railroad. I'm not your enemy.
If that's true, you have nothing to fear. Who told you how to contact us?
Dr. Amari told me how to find you.
Very interesting. Last question. Why are you here?
I found a Courser chip. Can your people decode it?
You have what? This is not a joking matter.
I didn't know we were having a party. What gives with my invitation? Oh, I see you invited the Courser killer. Nice.
Deacon, you're late. You're saying this intruder actually killed a Courser? Single-handedly? Oh, that'd give even Gloria a run for her money.
Newsflash, boss. This guy is kind of a big deal. If you're done interrogating him, you might want to show this Courser murdering machine a little courtesy. Just a thought.
I owe you an apology. Anyone who kills a Courser is good in my book. I'm Desdemona, and I'm the leader of the Railroad.
Oh, yeah. The little riddles and the decoder ring trick really makes it hard to find you.
Anyone that wants to meet us is under surveillance as soon as they follow the Freedom Trail. If you were a threat to our organization, all you'd find here is an empty room.
Des, we need to let him in. He's got an intact Courser chip, for God's sake.
That violates our security protocols.
To hell with that. He killed a Courser. There's no way he's working for the Institute.
We're letting you into it.
About
You're
that.
the first outsider ever to be given this privilege. We'll discuss the details about your chip inside.
Bien.
Decoding a Courser chip is a very delicate operation. A million things can go wrong, the least of which is losing the data. Fortunately, we have the right man for the job.
What sweet is that, dog bowl?
Hey, don't try anything, stranger.
Oh, sorry, you had to turn around right there.
Hey, Dad. You need something?
Tom, our visitor here has a Courser chip.
Whoa! For real? Oh man, it's been ages!
Right. Some ground rules. Tom can get you the code, but once he's done, we get the Courser chip.
Fine. It's yours.
All right. Tom, make it happen.
Alright, little Courser chip. Let's have the circuit analyzer take a crack at you. We're in. Chip accessed. Just poke the analog connectors a little. What? Oh man, don't crash. Hold it together. Memory, here go. Here it comes. Encryption algorithms. Alright, we're still running. Oh man, they've added more decimals to the last cipher. This is gonna be... Come on, baby. Show me that pattern. Where is it? Wait. They're using the same logarithmic function as the key generator. Oh man, we got lucky. Got you, you Institute bastard. I got you. Solve for N. Come on. Show me that sweet beast. Yeah, we got it. We got the code. Let me load that onto the holotape for ya.
Good work, Tom.
Hey, yeah, but I'm not sure our luck will hold up next time, Des.
Start working on the rest of the chip. And you,
I'd love to work with you more. Let me know if you're interested. But to be crystal clear, if you use that data and discover anything involving the Institute, you share it with us first. Otherwise, our relationship will be in jeopardy.
How about that? Alright, let's travel back to Virgil. Are you kidding me? I can't fast travel from here yet? Oh, do not make me walk all... This is an Institute run? Yeah. Yeah, this is an Institute run.
Talk to the boss.
We are going to take over the Institute and make it the most... we're basically... The headcanon for this story is that we want to take over the Institute to make it a complete drug ring. Have the top scientists in the world make us the best drugs ever. Even if you say, like, you can't do that in the game. I don't care. That's the headcanon. We get the scientists, we make them do what I want. Cancel the synth program. We're making drugs.
Wasn't sure I'd see you again. You managed to get what you need?
Nah, I just went out for a little stroll. Thought I'd stop back and say hi.
It's a good thing your survival and my humanity aren't at stake. Otherwise, I might be annoyed by your attitude. But, fine. I shouldn't have doubted you'd come back. You did get rid of Kellogg after all. Not too much of a leap to take down a courser. How'd you manage to get it decoded?
Does it matter?
No, you're right. It doesn't really. The point is that you got it. You're not the only one who's been busy. I did the best I could. From memory and things I've overheard through the years. Came up with some schematics for you. Wasn't easy. These hands are ridiculous. Fine motor skills have gone to shit. Here's the simple explanation. You need to build a device that will hijack the signal the Institute uses to teleport coursers, and send you instead. You know the craziest part of the design? That classical music station. That's the carrier signal for the relay. All the data's on harmonic frequencies. You've been hearing it all along.
I haven't turned into that station once.
This isn't my area of expertise. I was bioscience, not engineering or advanced systems or anything.
Your confidence is staggering.
I'm just saying, I can't guarantee it'll work. But if you can build this device and make use of that code, you should be able to override the signal from the Institute's relay. Can you? I mean, can you build it? You have people that can help. This is a lot for one person, even you.
I got it covered.
Good, good. Because you've got to make it in there, for both our sakes. And don't you forget our agreement. I've helped you as best I can. If you make it in there, you find that serum. It's my only hope for ever being normal. So you find it. Now go on. Take these and get to work. You do whatever it takes. Call on whoever you know to help you.
All right. Time to head to... Wait, gotta leave the cave. All right, time to head to the Minutemen. Because everyone else will ask me to go through some cockamamie shenanigans in order to get through to the Institute. So I'm just going to go to the Minutemen and they'll be like, what do you need? Teleporter? They'll be like, hey. The Minutemen do not fit in this game at all, I swear. A lot of people dislike the Railroad and how they're a bit awkward. I don't like the Minutemen because they're just able to do everything for literally no reason. It's like, hey, bunch of ragtag people I met earlier. You want to help me build a teleporter?
I need your help with these schematics.
Oh yeah? What are they for?
These are plans for building a signal interceptor to get inside the Institute.
The Institute? Why in the world would you want to mess around with them?
Can you help me or not?
I'd like to help, but you know my situation. I've got to deal with the immediate problems first. I haven't forgotten that you need my help. Remind me as soon as you found out what that settlement needed from the Minutemen.
Are you kidding me?
I'll be happy to help you out as soon as we help out that settlement.
Patience. Patience. Okay. Apparently, I do need to do the first step. It won't take long. They'll probably just say, why don't you go to Corvega? Dang, dog meat. Just brutal. Dang, that knocked that dude in the air. Okay, then the radio dish. Ooh, hub flowers. This is the one with the exploding mole rats, isn't it?
Get some, motherfucker!
Nah, just regular mole rats, it seems. This is a mole rat? If you say so, game. I guess the keyword is was. Was a mole rat. 10 Pines Bluff. Are you gonna get up at the speed of light? What is in your... Are you holding a can? Man, I know when when I'm hungry, I go to sleep with a can of beans all the time.
What do you want? We don't need any more trouble around here.
It's okay. I'm with the Minutemen. I'm here to help.
You're with the Minutemen? I didn't really think you fellas still existed. We sent word with one of them passing traders, but honestly, I never expected anything to come of it. Most people don't put much stock in the Minutemen these days after Quincy. Bad business, that.
We're rebuilding the Minutemen from the ground up. We're the good guys again.
Glad to hear it. No question that things have been worse since the Minutemen fell to pieces. There's a raider gang that's been giving us trouble for weeks, stealing food and supplies, threatening to kill us all if we don't pony up. We know where they're coming from, but we can't go up against a gang like that.
Don't worry. I'll take care of those raiders.
Yeah, it's always Corvega.
Folks are for real this time. It'll be a welcome change for the better.
Lost track of how many blisters I got.
Have I unlocked Corvega, or am I getting... Nope. I went around Corvega because of all the dudes in, Oh, there's that one dude with power armor and a fat man located near the Super Duper Mart, and it's just a pain to deal with him.
Hey there.
Thanks for helping us out with Trudy. You did good. Now, let's talk business. Got the itch? Like it.
Let's see what you have.
Now remember, moderation.
Okay. Give me your jet, give me your psycho, and give me your stim packs, because why not? Corvega won't really be difficult to deal with at all. Even if they've upgraded due to... I think some areas in the game do increase in level with you. But I don't know if Corvega does. Nah, still regular raiders. I don't need to kill everyone in this facility. I just need to kill the leader. Of course, it won't hurt to kill everyone in here.
This is gonna be fun.
Kicking? Jesus.
Especially because they're raiders, which means that they might have some, you know, some of that nice shotgun shells we've come to adore and love. And they also got chems.
What the hell was that?
Keep your eyes open. I think this asshole used the stealth.
Grab some of these. Ooh, you had that. Not now, raiders. I'm busy picking locks. You guys are boring me. I was looting that. Ow.
Fucking pay for that. Spread out. Find him. He'll run out of bullets at some point.
I'll be taking those shotgun shells you just used. Oh. Nice. These guys are doing a fantastic job at keeping me well stocked in shotgun shells that I mow through their friends.
That's it.
Disappearing act, huh?
Okay, I think that's just about everything. Let's actually go to the place with the, oh, what is it? Staircase and actually go up.
Only a fucking coward
Hello, Raiders. Did you want to see me? Probably not. Oh, kill the leader. Ooh, combat armor right leg? Yeah. There, now we can ask the people to make us a teleporter. Hopefully. Unless there's more to this list that I didn't know about. If nothing else, completing this will probably level us up.
You find those raiders?
Yeah, I kicked their asses for you.
No kidding.
Is that enough for gun nut? Ah, we might have to get one more level up, but maybe.
So we've been talking. We decided if we want things, so still in one piece.
It's either 24 or 25. I don't remember. Preston!
I haven't forgotten about your problem, but my obligation to the Minutemen needs to come first.
You know that settlement you sent me to help? They've decided to join the Minutemen.
That's great news. I knew you were the right person for the job. By the way, you should have one of these flare guns. You can use it to signal for help from any nearby Minutemen. Not much use yet, but once we have more allied settlements, you'll have help whenever you need it. I don't think I ever told you what happened to me. How I ended up as the last one.
I'm not interested in your life story.
Just hear me out. This is important. Have you heard of the Quincy massacre?
No.
I thought everyone in the Commonwealth knew about that by now. Where the Minutemen betrayed each other and the people they were supposed to protect. I was with Colonel Hollis's group. A mercenary group called the Gunners was attacking Quincy. The people there called for the Minutemen to help. We were the only ones that came. The other groups, they just turned their backs on us and the folks in Quincy. Only a few of us got out alive. Colonel Hollis was dead. so I ended up in charge of the survivors. We never found a safe place to settle. One disaster after another. You saw how it ended and conquered.
As long as you don't give up, the Minutemen will survive.
I'm not about to give up, but I can't protect the Commonwealth all by myself. Hell, I could barely protect these people. That's why I'm talking to you. I can't rebuild the Minutemen, but I think you can.
I don't know what makes you think that.
You saved us and conquered. There wasn't anything in it for you. You had your own problems to deal with, but you did it anyway. That kind of selflessness has been in mighty short supply around here for quite a while. We need someone who can bring the whole Commonwealth together in a common cause. And I think you've got it in you to be that leader.
No, I'm not your savior. I have my own problems to deal with.
I get it. You can't take care of other people's problems when you're still overwhelmed by your own. But one day, I hope you change your mind and accept my proposal. The Commonwealth needs you.
Okay.
What do you say? Will you be the leader that the Commonwealth needs? Will you
Oh gosh, you really are gonna force me, huh? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Good.
I'll lie. I'll lie.
Welcome aboard. I feel like this is a whole new start for the Minutemen, and the Commonwealth too. Don't worry, I'll be right beside you all the way, General.
So if I'm a general, where's my army?
You're looking at it, I'm afraid. But I wasn't joking when I called you that. The leader of the Minutemen has always held the rank of general. Our last leader was General Becker. After he died back in '82, nobody could agree on who should take his place. The one good thing about being the last Minuteman is there's no one to argue with me when I say you're the new general. Now it's your job to make it more than an empty title. I've got something a bit different for you.
Awkward silence.
Our scouts have found a promising spot for a new settlement. The trouble is that some kind of vicious beasts are lairing. Once you clear it out, before you know it...
Hi.
You wanted help earlier. Some kind of machine to get into the Institute?
The Institute uses teleportation to get in and out. This machine can hijack their signal and send me instead.
Teleportation? For real? Wow. That would explain a lot about how the Institute manages to operate. If anyone can make heads or tails of those plans, it'd be Sturgis. I haven't found anything yet that he couldn't build or fix. We've got to show people the Minutemen can really help them.
Sturgis!
Some days are harder than others. But even the hard days get easier than the one before.
Okay, let's see, Nah, Gun Nut needs one more level up.
You can fix just about anything. Guns, computers, people. Just gotta have the right tools.
Preston thought you might be able to figure out these plans for me.
Sure thing. Let's see what you've got.
Here you go.
Wow. What a mess. Looks like, encrypted RF transmissions. Okay, so that gets routed through... What the hell? Teleportation. This is some pretty crazy shit. You sure it's for real?
Either it is, or we end up building one hell of a paperweight.
Well, whoever wrote this does seem to know what they're talking about. Could be a genius or totally insane. Guess we'll find out. Anyway, the eggheads never think about the nuts and bolts of actually making something work. But, looks like it's all here. Yeah. I'm gonna need some time to study this thing. The handwriting's pretty hard to make out. But, you can get started on what he calls a stabilized reflector platform. It'll need some pretty high-grade metals. but it's basically not that different than the lining of a jet engine or something like that.
Just tell me what we need so I can get started.
Yeah, sure. Here's a list of what you'll need for the first piece. I'm pretty sure we've got all that at Sanctuary, if you want to build it there. While you're working on that, I'll get busy figuring out how to actually build the rest of this thing. Keep in mind, I can already see this is going to take a crazy amount of juice. Like if you had a spare nuclear reactor handy, we could probably use it. And it's going to be big. So find a nice open building site with lots of power available.
All right.
Hope this rain lets up soon.
Let's tear down a spot and start making it. Sturgis, why must you run away from it?
Hey, Sturgis.
How's it going? Did you find a good spot to build your signal interceptor?
Yeah, ready to build the rest of it.
Good. I think I got a handle on this crazy contraption. At least as much as I can tell. Until we actually try to build it, here's a list of 3 things that may be harder to find. I think I'll be able to pull together everything else we're gonna need. I'll meet you over at the building site and see if we can actually make this thing work.
Thanks, Sturgis. I'll get right on this.
Good deal. One thing to keep in mind while you're building this, it all needs to be wired together so all the pieces can talk to each other. I'll see you over at the building site. Good luck.
Okay, let's get started. I need a military grade circuit board. I think I got some of those at the Red Rocket. Yep, always make sure to grab these just in case I need them. Well, specifically for this part in the story.
Once we got everything in place, we'll have
This
to
isn't
get all
going
up
to do
to the
anything
same
without
power.
power.
Oh, right.
Sanctuary.
Okay, now we need power. Let's see, 20. Okay, this needs 5, 20, and 2. 27. I think I have exactly enough.
Sturgis. Everything looks good on my end. You ready to see if this thing actually works?
Let's do this.
You sure? Okay. Your part is simple. Just step onto the platform. I'll start scanning for an Institute signal to lock onto. Then, I fire her up and we see what happens. Just get on the platform. I'll do the rest.
I am on the platform.
Okay, hold real still. I don't want any corruption of the molecular beam. Oh yeah, by the way, I figured this was a golden opportunity to find out as much as we can about the Institute, what they're up to. Yeah, this holotape's all set with a program that will scan their network and download anything it finds. Uh-oh. Yeah, we better hurry. And don't worry about that tubing wiggling around. It's, just there for decoration. Okay. Scanning for the Institute signal. Tracking RF. And... got it. Hold on to your butt.
No, I can't take Jet right now. I tried.
Hello. I wondered if you might make it here. You're quite resourceful. I'm known as Father. The Institute is under my guidance. I know why you're here. I'd like to discuss things with you face to face. Please, step into the elevator. I can only imagine what you've heard, what you think of us. I'd like to show you that you may have the wrong impression.
I'm gonna be honest.
Welcome to the Institute.
This is about what I expected when I saw the Institute for the first time.
Reality of the Institute.
I thought it was still neat looking, but this is about what I thought. I would have been blown away if they had like an entire underground city. Not just a small lab.
Countless experiments and trials.
I mean, I guess it's a big lab, but still.
How science can help shape the future. It has never been easy. And our actions are often misinterpreted by those above ground. Someday, perhaps, we can show them what we've accomplished. But for now, we must remain underground. There's too much at stake here to risk it all. As you've seen, things above are unstable. I'd like to talk to you about what we can do for everyone. But that can wait. You are here for a specific, very personal reason.
Sean?
You are here.
Yes, I'm Sean.
Sean. I've been looking for you for so long.
Who are you?
Come on, Sean. We need to go.
Father, what's going on? What's happening?
Those bastards. They took you from me.
What's going on? Father? Father!
I'll kill them for this. All of them.
I don't know you. Go away. Father! Father, help me! There's someone here. Help me!
Damn it. Sean! Open the door!
Father? Father, help me! He's trying to take me! Father? Father, help me!
Father? Father! Father, father! Father, father! You know what? I don't even want him anymore.
S923, recall code Cirrus. Fascinating, but disappointing.
What's going on here?
Please try and keep an open mind. I recognize that you are emotional, and that your journey here has been fraught with challenge. Let's start anew. I am Father. Welcome to the Institute.
This is insane. All of it.
The degree of trauma you're experiencing right now is understandable. Please, just try to relax. I know this is all difficult to take in.
God. All we're missing are the teacups and the white rabbit.
Ah, levity. Excellent. A sure sign that you adapt quickly to stressful environments. But I need you to realize that this situation is far more complicated than you could have imagined. You have traveled very far, and suffered a great deal to find your son. Well, your tenacity and dedication have been rewarded. It's good to finally meet you, after all this time. It's me. I am Sean. I am your son.
Oh, come on! That's crazy.
I assure you, I am completely sane and entirely honest. In the vault, you had no concept of the passage of time. You were released from your pod and went searching for the son you'd lost. But then you learned that your son was no longer an infant, but a 10-year-old boy. You believed that 10 years had passed. Is it really so hard to accept that it was not 10, but 60 years? That is the reality. And here I am, raised by the Institute, and now its leader.
Hell of a story. But
when do I start shooting things?
I guess.
On your behalf.
Makes sense.
I'm glad you're willing to accept the truth. It's quite encouraging. At that time, the year 2227, the Institute had made great strides in synth production. But it was never enough. Scientific curiosity and the goal of perfection drove them ever onward. What they wanted was the perfect machine. So they followed the best example thus far. The human being. Walking, talking, fully articulate, capable of anything.
Yeah, you lost me. I don't see the point of any of this.
You don't see the connection. Let me try to explain. The Institute endeavored to create synthetic organics. The most logical starting point, of course, was human DNA. Plenty of that was available, of course. But it had all become corrupted. this wasteland, radiation affected everyone. Even in their attempts to shield themselves from the world above, members of the Institute had been exposed. Another source was necessary. But then the Institute found me, after discovering records from Vault 111. An infant, frozen in time, protected from the radiation-induced mutations that had crept into every other human cell in the Commonwealth. I was exactly what they needed. And so it was my DNA that became the basis of the synthetic organics used to create every human-like synth you see today. I am their father. Through science, we are family. The synths, me, and you.
Sean. It's really you.
It really is. I know you must have questions. Please. Anything I can do to help you understand.
Maybe not turn your back to me?
I don't want to hear any more right now.
Very well. The Institute is on the verge of some important breakthroughs. Your presence would be appreciated as we approach them. I've been a part of something amazing here. I've helped to build a life for myself and the people of the Institute. And now, after all these years, you have an opportunity to help with that. Doesn't that intrigue you? Isn't that what you want?
Yes, that's what I want.
I know. I know you've been through so much. I'm pleased to see it has not impaired your judgment.
Again, don't get me wrong. I'm not really here to help you. I'm here to take over.
I'm sure you've seen above ground. You would be more than a bit biased against us. There is much to be done. You'll need time to acclimate yourself. A chance to become acquainted with our procedures.
I'll do whatever it takes. It's worth it.
I am glad to hear that. The Institute is now your home, as much as it is mine. Please take some time, get to know it. Meet the people you'll be working with. You'll want to introduce yourself to the division heads. Dr. Fillmore in Facilities, Dr. Ayo in SRB, Dr. Holdren in Bioscience, and finally Dr. Lee in Advanced Systems. They've all been notified of your arrival, of course. Meet them, and then we'll discuss what comes next.
Alright, time to meet the division leaders. Need to remind myself how to get around this place. Is it here? Yes.
Almost done. Just need to tighten up this primary drive servo.
That's a third.
Hey, Doc.
They weren't
I don't
kidding.
know.
You really are.
Most of them have lasted
Well,
long
Laurie,
past their projected
I'm
lifespans.
Alex.
If you ask me,
You can
they
think
were
of me
built
as the
pretty well.
Institute's chief engineer. When Father told us about you, I could hardly believe it. You've been through so much. I think most people would have just given up. If you don't mind my asking, what was it that kept you going all that time?
Will to survive.
I just wasn't ready to die yet.
Too many drugs to take.
The will to survive is the most basic human instinct. Now, I'll give you a quick rundown of the facilities division, and then I'll answer any questions you might have afterward. As you might guess, we keep the Institute's mechanical and electrical systems running smoothly. We maintain and upgrade all of the systems that make it possible to live and work in a place like this. There's a lot of machinery behind these walls that recycles the air and water and provides power to the laboratories and quarters. The work we do might not be as exciting as some of the other departments, but it's at least as important. So, now that you're here and you've spoken to Father, does that mean you're on board?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, good to hear. It'll be a load off Sean's mind. Take your time. Get yourself acquainted. There's a lot to take in. Plenty of things you won't find topside. If there's anything else you'd like to know about the facilities division, I'm happy to discuss it.
I'm good for now. Thanks.
Goodbye, then. Can't argue with that. Even so, I'm ready to see the full Gen 3 roll out.
Here we go. All set. Unit, you can return to duty.
Okay, we're going to have to go to each of the place and introduce ourselves, be nice. Unfortunately.
Not yet. I've been reviewing
You!
plan.
Hi, Doc.
I wonder how the Warwick
Welcome.
family is doing.
So good to have you here.
Young Wally
Dr.
must
Clayton
be close
Holden,
to 10 years old by now.
head of the bioscience
It's
division.
remarkable that
I
any
can't
child
wait
can
for you to see the
survive
work
for
we're
so
doing.
long up there.
Do you mind?
Amazing.
Trying to have a conversation here.
I'm sure it's fascinating, but that's not why I'm here.
Of course, I completely understand. Before you go, at least let me give you a brief overview of what we do here. I promise I'll keep it short. As the name implies, the Bioscience Division specializes in fields of studies such as botany, genetics, and medicine.
Drugs.
The most important directive is to ensure the health and well-being of everyone in the Institute. To that end, we cultivate highly specialized breeds of flora for use in food and medicine. We've even started to explore the idea of synthetic animal life. You probably saw the gorillas. They're really just a pet project at this point, but the potential is exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, I can't imagine anything more exciting than fake gorillas.
Speaking only for myself, I find them fascinating. Of course, I might be a little biased. I'm sure I've taken up enough of your time as it is. But I have to ask, have you decided whether you'll join us?
I'm not sure how well I'll fit in, but I'd like to give it a try.
Great. I was hoping you'd say that. In any case, I imagine you'll want to continue looking around. Or, if you prefer, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
You mentioned medical care. I might need that from time to time.
In that case, you'll want to introduce yourself to Dr. Dean Volkert. He's our top biologist and also serves as the Institute's resident physician. Dr. Volkert works in the infirmary. Just pay him a visit whenever you need to. You won't find better medical care anywhere else in the Commonwealth. I'll promise you that.
Okay. I know, he probably doesn't sell anything harmful. I mean helpful.
Is it true Food Supplement 77 has been discontinued?
That is correct.
That was my favorite one.
She's been at it for over 2 hours. What is she even testing?
Nothing. At this point,
Excuse
she's
me,
just
doctor?
Ah, it's you. You're here then. Yes, I know who you are. We all do. While I'm sure Father is very happy that you're here, I do hope it doesn't interrupt our work.
Don't worry. I promise I won't get in your way.
Thank you, I do appreciate that. Oh, before I forget, let me see that Pip-Boy of yours. I've been told to install a Courser chip in it for you. Father's orders. You're to be given full access, with the ability to relay in and out of the Institute at will.
Thank you. I'm sure that'll come in handy.
Given that the relay is the only way to access the Institute, handy is something of an understatement. In case the significance is lost on you, you'll be the only one here with that kind of access. If nothing else, it should demonstrate the amount of trust Father has placed in you. Now, unless there's something else, I really do need to get back to work.
I'm good for now. Thanks.
All right.
Just one more to go. Then we might get assigned to some action.
No visible reaction to the K-14 compound. You know start the call, sir. Authorized personnel only.
Nothing to report, sir.
I'm seriously thinking of heading over to robotics to knock some
We're
heads
all
together.
looking forward
Glad
to
you
it.
made it. They're dragging their feet on the targeting package upgrades I asked for.
Maybe I should take some... Doctor.
So,
Please don't.
here
There's
you
enough
are.
friction as it
Just
is
an AM,
between us
acting
and pretty
director
much
of the
all the
Synth
other
Retention Bureau.
departments.
I'll be upfront with you. We're going to be keeping a close eye on you for the near future. Despite your relation to Father, you're a bit of an unknown quantity.
I'm sure you understand. There won't be any issues, will there?
Why? Don't you trust me?
I'll be honest. You're an outsider.
The first outsider to be allowed access to the Institute in quite a long time, in fact. There's little precedent for this situation, so it's only natural to take extra precautions, It's nothing personal, I assure you.
Now, Father has asked that I provide you with a brief overview of the Synth Retention Bureau. Our primary responsibility is the recovery of escaped synths that are hiding among the human population on the surface.
I'm sure it's best for everyone if the synths remain here.
Certainly. We can't allow sophisticated Institute technology to fall into the wrong hands. The results could be disastrous. Our main instrument is the Courser, a third-generation synth assigned to operate on the surface. Coursers hunt down and reclaim synths that have escaped the Institute. They are highly self-sufficient, trained in combat, infiltration, and tracking. In a word, our Coursers are relentless. But I gather you know all this, since you've...
Yeah, he's a bit of an unknown quantity. Although I could just be like, yeah, I shoot things and I do drugs, that's it.
I hate to break it to you, but your Courser wasn't all that tough.
Then it's likely the unit was defective. It's rare, but faults can occur from time to time.
No, dude, your Courser just sucks compared to the power of drum.
Diagnostics on the entire production run. As if we don't have enough problems. Now, unless you need something else, I'll get back to work.
I'm good for now, thanks.
Very well.
I hear we're about to get a new food supplement.
Greetings, sir.
You can return to your duties and remember to record every single experience.
Mankind redefined. It's catchy, isn't it?
All right, Father.
Now that you've had a chance to see the Institute firsthand, what do you think?
I've seen my share of think tank science labs.
Oh, I assure you, none of them were quite like this place. Ultimately, all our knowledge and resources are focused on a single goal. The goal is best summarized by our motto: mankind redefined. Unfortunately, no advancement comes without occasional setbacks. As remarkable as our synths are, they can be dangerous without proper...
Yeah, what do I think? I need to be in charge fast.
Attempting to wrestle with something approaching free will can be a recipe for chaos.
So it's like every other wonder gizmo ever invented. When will you eggheads learn?
Have faith. Let me show you how we deal with such problems. A rogue synth has taken over the Raider gang at Libertalia. His memories have been erased, and his identity altered. He believes he's a man named...
I kick ass and eat drugs, and I'm all out of ass.
Yes. Have taken many dispatched.
I'll deal with it.
We'll bring that synth home.
That would be best for everyone. Now you should get moving. Many people are in danger, and a delay could cost lives.
After this mission, we'll probably go back to, we'll do a quick run through and get some more ammo and all that. Okay. Do I fight the super mutants located there? Yeah, I'm gonna fight the super mutants. let's see. What do you got? Good. You are not in combat. VATS accuracy increased, but AP... Okay. I'll sell it. This is my job over here. You do your own thing. Get out of here. Oh, that scared me. I wasn't sure what weapon that guy had. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
This is gonna be.
I wasn't sure if that was gonna fall on me, you know? Alright. We finally have enough for Gun Nut level 3. So why don't we work on and a spiffy new combat shotgun? I guess we can make that the new Rocky. It is better than no effect, I know. Okay, so let's just get rid of this one's name. bad. Hell, water. And you can be new Rocky. Alright, this is it. Yeah, this is the best shotgun. Let's celebrate by making drugs. Alright, now we'll run through all the facilities for their ammo. I know, restocking is the most fun part of the stream.
Hi.
We're having a sale on brooms. Oh, no, wait. My programming is telling me we never have sales. Maybe you should buy something else.
Let's see what you have.
Here you are. We're so delighted you've chosen us.
Let's see what you have.
Anything.
Okay.
Diamond City Surplus. Open 24 hours.
But yeah, our shotgun's not getting any better for the rest of the stream. Unless we find a legendary shotgun that has a better effect, like explosive, we really won't be getting any better.
You again. All right, got plenty of
Uh-huh. Let's see what you have.
odds and ends.
Yeah, that would be the dream.
You. Well, I suppose
I've got a few minutes to browse.
a bit of everything.
If you're thinking safety, a long-range rifle lets you stay...
Sure. Let's take a look. Right.
And yes. There we go. And let's swing by Good Neighbor and grab all of their shotgun shells, and then we'll proceed to Libertaria. I love these much faster load times so much. Remember, back in the last stream I did of this game, every load was about 1 minute and 40 seconds. I actually counted after the stream was over. I was just like, there's no way I was just overreacting to that, right? And the answer is I was not. It was that long. So now these only being like 20 seconds, I'm perfectly okay with it.
It's a little bit of everything.
Smell that? That's freedom.
Okay, so we got Psycho Jet for days now, but I still don't really want to use it all that much. Okay. I mean, I do want to use it. It's just for dangerous things. Anything that could give me trouble. Are you kidding me? You can't climb up that? Alright, I'm gonna try jetting over there. Because jet affects the physics so much in this game. Talk to Mr. Handy? The Mr. Handy? That was weird. Okay, but now we can just take the road to Libertaria. Ah. I hear Mr. Gutsy. Yeah, this is a much more powerful shotgun. And the reloading's faster. Yeah. Oh, that's my courser I'm supposed to help.
Shouldn't take long.
X688, come on! We're really gonna have to fight the Brotherhood now. Damn! I mean, I know I do that all the time, but... Oh, really?
You must be the courser I'm supposed to meet.
Yes, sir. Designation X688. I've already neutralized the perimeter guard. Just give the word, and we can start the assault on the main flotilla.
I can handle these raiders on my own.
I have no reason to doubt that, sir, but I have my orders. If you take on that synth, I'll be right there with you.
Alright, time to take on Libertalia. This place is an awesome battle zone. You got that, dog meat? I can't really snipe them. Wow, that was actually almost terrifying if that hurt me. Need to go up higher. Sleep for an hour because why not?
Hold up a moment, sir. There's something important I need to tell you.
I'm listening.
I'm going to give you B592's reset code. If he hears the code phrase, it'll reset his cognitive processes and make him docile. You'll need to say B592 initialize factory reset, followed by the authorization code Gamma 71 Epsilon. Once he's shut down, I can transport him safely back to the Institute.
Good. I'd like to avoid any unnecessary violence.
I said
You might not
lying.
be alone up there. Violence might be inevitable. That's all, sir. Ready when you are.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, here is... Oh, this is actually... Let's see. More damage and limb damage, but more recoil. This is a combat shotgun. I thought it was a... I don't know if I want to use that, because that's a big amount of recoil. It will make it so inaccurate.
Nice. Sweet.
More combat shotguns, yes. Everybody get out of my way.
Well done. Judging by your gear, I'm gonna guess you two are agents just like me. So, made it to the top. Tell me, is the Institute so desperate?
B592 initialize factory reset authorization Gamma 71 Epsilon.
You okay? Gabriel, can you hear me? Shit, they did something to him. Take them out.
I tried to do this peacefully, and by tried to, I mean I knew this was gonna happen. Oh wow, I expected a couple more.
Is X688 ready to relay with reclaimed synth B592.
Yeah, don't take me back with you. Just go. I mean, I know I could teleport back whenever I want, but he didn't even offer, like, hey, do you want to come with? No, he was just like, bye. You see, that's why no one likes X688.
I can't imagine living on the surface.
He's rude.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Greetings. As the Institute's requisition vendor, I can provide supplies for your missions on the surface. How may I assist you today?
I'll take a look, sure.
Ew, you sell Addictol, but not actual drugs? What's wrong with you?
It's an honor to have you here, sir.
I'm glad to see you return safely. I know the task was difficult, but I needed you to see firsthand how dangerous a rogue synth can be.
Not any more dangerous than, you know, another person.
I don't care about who's to blame. I just wanted to stop a killer.
Yes, of course. Your pragmatism is admirable. It does matter, though. If everyone sees the Institute as a villain, dangerous forces could align against us. If we can put the lie to such assumptions, we diminish that threat. But enough about that. The task is done, and you've returned our synth safely to us. I couldn't have hoped for a better outcome. Well done. While you were away, I had quarters prepared for you. You'll find all the basic necessities, as well as a generous stock of arms and equipment. Go and have a look. I think you'll be quite pleased.
I was not.
Remember to keep unnecessary power consumption to a minimum. Don't reach primary levels below 2%.
Well, time to see my room, which I'll never use.
What? This is the third time in 2 weeks. This is unacceptable. How could this happen?
We think there was a system glitch. We're looking into it.
Like any machine, synths can malfunction. I just wish it didn't happen so.
In the meantime, tell the others to be on high alert. I want more patrols and more rounds.
Your quarters are just inside, sir.
Anything even remotely suspicious, report it immediately.
Well, this is my bad.
Here, sir. Father wants to see you.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Just had to sit on the toilet.
Hello, Father. Tell me, what would
Hi, Father, I'm Father.
has stolen from you?
After everything I've been through to find you, I think you already know.
I'm sorry, Father. Of course. You're right. The group that calls themselves the Railroad have acquired several synths from the Institute. Synths that had gone missing in recent months. They no doubt mean to free these synths, in their delusion that synths are somehow sentient beings. You've been in contact with the Railroad.
Dawn them thinking free will exists.
Railroad? Never heard of them.
Oh, come now. Let's not play games. I know full well they were instrumental in your reaching the Institute. Don't worry. I don't hold it against you. Usually they are a minor nuisance, but lately they have become more emboldened. I'm afraid we've reached the point where a response is necessary. We have learned the current location of these synths, and need to reacquire them before the Railroad can hide them.
Sounds pretty simple.
Hopefully, yes. But it's important that we act on this soon, before the Railroad has any indication we've tracked them. We also don't want the Brotherhood of Steel getting wind of the presence of the synths. That would only complicate matters.
I'll act quickly. You can count on me.
You'll have a contact waiting for you just outside Bunker Hill. Good luck.
Alright. And the cabin house we were at earlier is really close to there. This is going very smoothly thus far. Okay, where's my contact?
I've been waiting for you.
Yeah, the line at the car wash was super long. Took me forever.
Your attempt at humor is wasted. Our targets are inside. 4 synths under railroad protection. Majority of the settlement is uninvolved, and are expected.
You know, the funniest part about that is he says my attempt at humor is wasted, but he still identified it as humor.
We move in, secure the synths, and I relay out with them back to the Institute. Clear? Conditions parameters still
Can't pick this.
Let's see. No, they don't have keys. Ooh, large baby bottle. I shouldn't be excited about that, but that's plastic. Will you just die? Woo! Oh, the caravan is also our enemy? That sucks. I don't really want to kill them.
What's that?
Ta-da! I'm here! Yay! Oh, they all fall before me. The skull is more of a suggestion at this point. Yes. Alright, let's loot this place. Again, it sucks that the enemies don't really drop, what? Oh, don't really need your clothes. You can have those back. They don't really carry a lot of, shotgun ammo. Oop. Let's see, I don't really need most of these things, but I'm still gonna get Fortune Finder.
All right, Synth.
Please.
Z322, initiate reset. Authorization code, Gamma 49 Typhoon.
Here they are.
God, it's a Courser.
Oh no.
Issue the reset codes and we'll relay back to the Institute. Time is critical.
I did already, though.
I've been looking for you.
No, I've got money. It's yours if you let me go.
F633, initiate reset. Authorization code Delta 62 Arcus. You there, Synth.
Come on, please. Just don't.
B257, initiate reset. Authorization code Theta 93 Stratus. No sudden moves.
Please, no.
Y915, initiate reset. Authorization code Beta 77 Tempest.
That's all of them. Objective complete. Return to the town. Make sure all hostiles have been eliminated. I will relay the synths back to the Institute. Report to Father upon your return, and good work.
Jeez. Hey, some actual shotgun shells for once. That was one flashy lunchbox. Yep. I'm really surprised that the brother, like, there's no karma system in this game. So even though I just completely thrashed the Brotherhood of Steel, they still don't hate me yet.
From what I hear, that rogue synth at Libertalia was a real menace. Glad it's back where it belongs. Nice work bringing that rogue synth back.
We are honored to welcome you here.
Wait, where's Father? Oh, he's on top of the CIT for no reason. In New Vegas, you can accidentally clip a person in a chaotic firefight, and you're practically vilified immediately. Okay, tell me what, like, I don't know which system is worse, though. Being able to outright slaughter groups of people and just be ignored, or shooting someone and them hating you. Because I completely understand if you shoot me, I will probably be slightly upset with you. And no, I don't know if sorry is gonna help me recover from that.
Hello? Movement detected. Time to die! Out there! Somewhere!
Is someone present?
Enemy.
Oh yeah, I deal extra damage to super mutants with this thing. I was wondering why they were dying so easily. What am I missing? Aha! You know, Father, I'm gonna say, I know this place is probably important to you, like, in your heart, but I have to say, there's an army of supermutants down below, and you're out here not really protected. What was your plan if they got through? Because those are some low-level synths you got down there.
Son.
You know, in all my years, I've never set foot outside the Institute. Not once. Since the day they brought me here. I've never had a reason. But now, this just confirms the truth I've always known. The Commonwealth is dead. There's no future here.
That's why I do drugs.
Lies below.
Some air fresheners, a new coat of paint, and it'll all be good as new.
If only it were that simple. Standing here.
A lot of vertebrates.
How fortunate I am that I was spared a life in this.
Oh my gosh, the Brotherhood saw him out here and knew who he was.
In truth, the Institute rescued me. Both of us, really.
Kellogg called me the backup.
Did he? Well, he was correct. I was the perfect candidate. An infant with uncorrupted DNA. But if something were to go wrong, if I died, well, the Institute realized a contingency plan was prudent. Another source of pre-war DNA, preferably related to their primary subject. It only made sense that my parents should fill that role. So you were kept alive and safe within the vault. I'll admit, when I had you released from Vault 111, I had no expectations that you'd survive out here in all this. To not only do so, but manage to find me. To infiltrate the Institute itself. Extraordinary.
Your unconditional love is overwhelming. I think I need a moment.
I can accept that you're offended. You must understand, though. I have had no love to feel. We have been strangers until now, you and I. Certainly it was no longer necessary to keep you suspended. Well, I suppose I wanted to see what would happen. An experiment of sorts. I had no idea what kind of man you were, you see. Would the Commonwealth corrupt you? As it has everything else? Would you even survive?
Would you say I'm uncorrupted?
Would you, after all this time, attempt to find me? And now I know the answer.
Well, here I am. Was it worth it?
I believe so. There are greater things to come after your success at Bunker Hill. The synths have been safely returned and will be repurposed. Thank you for your work. I hope you weren't at too much risk.
It was a job that needed doing.
Yes, but it was also a job that you needed to be aware of. The railroad remains an annoyance, of course, but they'll be dealt with as necessary. And you, well, you've passed the test, as they say. You have done well. Please, take this as a token of my appreciation. Our appreciation, really. It's time for you to become more involved in the future of the Institute. I'd like you to join me inside. The Directorate is meeting.
Oh boy, I love meetings.
I've seen enough. It's time to go back in.
I love it when Bethesda games make you sit in on meetings.
Sounds like those raiders at Libertalia were quite a handful.
Let's get this directorate meeting over with before we speak further. It's important.
That's all right. Take your time.
Let's get this directorate meeting over with before we speak further.
Call this a clean floor.
It's important.
Are your visual receptors malfunctioning? Can you not see the grime and dust?
My apologies, sir.
Scanning. Unknown identity. Clearance.
Don't make
Confirmed.
excuses. You're clearly defective, and I intend to report this. Perhaps after you've been disassembled, we can use your components to make something that's actually useful.
It's not letting me sit here.
Good, we're all here. I think it's time we begin.
Sir, excuse me, but what exactly is he doing here?
I will address that issue. But there are other subjects that require our attention first. The level of unrest in the Commonwealth continues to rise, as we're all aware. Your report.
All Institute facilities remain completely secure with the exception of one notable breach. Otherwise, internally, things are as tight as they've ever been. Dr. Ayo has been keeping an eye on things topside.
Yes, Watchers show no additional threats beyond those previously identified. Boston International Airport remains occupied, with Brotherhood presence noted at several other points throughout the Commonwealth. Intelligence suggests that this railroad continues to operate and is becoming more ambitious. SRB agents are monitoring all known situations, sir.
Very good, thank you. It's clear that our safety needs to be the primary concern going forward. To that end, where are we on Phase 3?
Sir, are you sure this is the time to be discussing it? Given, well, considering all parties present?
Ah, yes, that's true. Have you heard anything about Phase 3?
I have no idea what that is.
I'll admit I'm relieved. It's intended to be something of a classified project, which I'm sure means everyone already knows about it. Power is, as I'm sure you've seen above ground, a very valuable commodity. I'm not talking about some abstract concept of control. I mean real, tangible power. The kind that keeps the lights on. With every advance the Institute makes, our need for raw power increases. Many compromises and sacrifices have been made over the years to allow progress to continue.
Right. Such hard times down here.
I would never disagree that life in the Institute is better than above ground. We have done much to ensure it. Now, we take things even further. Phase 3 is simply the activation of a nuclear reactor that can provide enough power to the Institute now and forever. It will ensure not just our survival, but our prosperity.
Sounds like an important step.
That's an understatement.
Fair enough.
The reactor is close to ready, but recent tests have determined we have a few tasks ahead of us. Thus, we come to Phase 3, and to how you will help.
Sir?
Yes, Dr. Ayo. Previously, we would rely on Kellogg for above-ground operations, yes? Well, he is gone. While I'm not overly fond of putting my own father in harm's way, he has proven more than capable of handling himself.
Yes, but...
This is not a matter for debate. Now, there is one more subject that requires discussion.
I don't know that this is the time.
Dr. Holdren, it is time. Please, as I'm sure several of you are already aware, I have been under Dr. Volkert's care for some time. I'm sorry this is difficult for me. Our best efforts have failed. Every experimental treatment we could devise has been unsuccessful. I'm sorry to say I am dying.
What? Can't be serious.
Everyone, please. I am sorry. This is not how I wanted to tell you, but we're running out of time.
What? I was confused there for a second because it looked like I was in the other chair, but I wasn't.
You're dying?
I'm afraid so. A very aggressive form of cancer. Believe me when I say we've done everything we can. We can talk more.
No! Super cancer!
The Institute is at stake. The Institute cannot survive without leadership. The Directorate must continue
200 years of the Institute! They didn't cure cancer.
I am naming my...
They wanted to make people.
Oh, boy. You can't be serious.
Wait, how the hell can they not fix him?
Possibly justify...
The more I think about it, the more I'm getting upset by this.
Ignoring your borderline, insubordinate tone, I will simply say this.
Like, they're not even telling us where the cancer is located.
What it needs is a leader. I believe my father has already proven himself more than capable in that regard.
Like, I'm just throwing it out there. They have the ability to make synths. Full people. So they could just, you know, do a transplant of any organ that they wanted at all. Except for the brain. But you didn't say brain cancer. You just said cancer.
Time in the Institute has been enjoyable.
I had no idea.
I know this is... well, it's a lot to take in at once. I'm sorry, Father. I hope it wasn't too presumptuous of me to put you in charge without even asking first.
I can do the job.
Of course you can.
Also, we have been set on an emotional roller coaster over the past 2 hours in this game. In the past 2 hours of this game, 1, we found our long-lost 10-year-old boy. 2, he's not our 10-year-old boy and this old man is our boy. 3, we had a bonding time with this old man in order for him to trust us. And now 4, he has cancer.
I know that you'll do the right thing.
I'm just saying it's a lot to take in.
When are you going to tell me about this mysterious Phase 3?
You know I can't talk about that.
I wouldn't be here if not for your son.
Busy day for you, isn't it? Well, it's about to get busier. You're going to lead this operation, I'm told.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go over the details. Recent events have upset our timetable. Getting the reactor online has become our #1 priority. It needs to be running, well, yesterday. We're going to have to cut some corners. I'm not thrilled, but it means we'll need to rely on some pre-war tech. You're going to the mass fusion building to acquire a beryllium agitator for us.
Consider it done.
I'll consider it done when I've got it in my hands. I'm going with you.
No way. You're not going. You'd be a liability.
Well, that's about the most insulting thing I've heard in a while. Okay, you're on your own then. Good luck. Not to put more pressure on you, but we have to move quickly on this. Word is that the Brotherhood is nosing around the area. We don't want them getting the agitator before we do. Head on up to the relay, and they'll get you over to mass fusion in a flash. Pun sort of intended.
Alright, but before we do that, we need to do another run through and collect a lot of shotgun shells because, oh boy, we used a lot. And if I have to fight the Brotherhood again with their power armor, oh my gosh, I need so much.
Thanks for helping us out with Trudy. You did good. Now, let's talk business. Got the itch? I can...
Uh-huh. Let's see what you got.
I got stuff that'll...
Okay, give me your jet. Give me your psycho. Give me your psycho jet.
you're here to trade, let's trade.
Let's see what you have.
It's all worth every cap I'm charging.
Okay, didn't expect much out of you, so that's fine. To Diamond City Market. Hopefully enough time has passed. I mean, I know I've been here very recently, but these stores actually restock a lot faster than you'd think. But even so, I can just wait 24 hours if needed.
Arturo.
You know, a shotgun's great insurance against raiders.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Something for...
Nah, he's not restocked. Ugh. How many shots do I have? Let's wait 24 hours.
Good luck to them with, you know, the whole surviving thing. And in other news, it sounds like maybe it's not other news, it's actually the same news. The Minutemen were involved in this.
In the meantime, how are you guys doing out there? I hope you're having a fun time along with me. I know that since I've started playing this game, some people have been playing it alongside me, doing their own little runs and all that. I know one friend who was trying survival mode, I know one friend who was trying a sniper run. People have been jumping back into Fallout 4, and it's actually kind of enjoyable.
Broke up with my girl. She kept the cap on.
Myrna.
You again. All right, got plenty.
Also, another question for you guys. How are we feeling about Starfield? Is that a game we are looking forward to, or is that, like, on no one's radar? Never heard of it. Starfield? The next Bethesda game coming out? It's gonna play like Fallout in space, not the Outer Worlds.
If you're looking to keep your load light, we can shoot the breeze.
Let's see what you have.
Something for everyone.
Not really aware of Starfield, okay. Literally never heard of it until now. Oh gosh. Bethesda, you need to work on your marketing. Like, I'm not upset by anyone here. I'm upset by the fact that if there are people here who would probably play it and they haven't even heard of it, that's on them. But yeah, Starfield is going to be the next Bethesda Game Studios game. They announced we're going to get Starfield either, I believe, next year. And that was a game that we've been waiting for 9 years. And in case you're wondering, no, they didn't get rid of their engine yet. They're still using the same one. And yes, I will complain about that until they prove that they can rein it in. But yeah, it's gonna be the next game, like after Skyrim. And by the way, I'm not counting Fallout 76 because that was made by a different division.
Everything's guaranteed to last.
Some people do include 76, but I don't. Like, I'm okay with us never talking about that game. Otherwise, yeah, we're going to get Starfield next. We're going to get Elder Scrolls 6 after that. And then they announced that Fallout 5 will come after that.
Nice work bringing that rogue synth back.
But yeah, so you're curious about what they do with Elder Scrolls 6? I have my hopes. And at the same time, I'm just hoping that they don't disappoint me. I don't have the highest hopes for the game. I just, like, honestly, ever since they said we are not abandoning the engine that they're currently using, it's just taking so much time for them to make games. Like, they keep trying to make bigger games with engines that are not really compatible with them anymore. And that's not to say that Fallout, like, again, I don't think Fallout 4 is a bad game, but it needs a better writer. And if they bring the same staff to Elder Scrolls 6, I'm afraid it's just going to end up like Skyrim again, which that's not a terrible thing, but it's like Skyrim's story is kill dragon, go talk to old dude, go around the place until you have to go back to the old dudes who tell you kill bigger dragon, and that's the end of the game. And there's some Thalmor Bowl sprinkled in there. That's the thing. From front to finish, you could pretty much, like, okay, I'm gonna throw this out there. I love the idea of the Thalmor. I actually really do. I feel like they fit in very nicely in the Elder Scrolls world as an antagonistic force. But from a storytelling standpoint, you could erase everything from the Thalmor and still have the same story.
That'll come in handy.
There's no meat in the main story, all the flavors on the side. I would say that there is some meat to the main story, actually. It's just the main story is given as much importance in writing as a lot of the side content, when it should be bigger and better. It feels shorter than some of them too, like, I think I can beat the main story of Skyrim faster than I can complete the Thieves Guild. sniping dudes with a freaking shotgun.
Blow the conduit! Now!
Oh, down I go. Okay, up there. Okay, now I have to find a way down. There's probably an elevator in that room. No? Hmm. Do I go back down?
Going down.
Okay. Come on, you have weaklings who have the equivalent of 8 XP coming out at me. At this point, nearly every enemy I fight should be like an 81 XP powerhouse trying to knock me down everywhere I go. Would it be frustrating? Yes, but that's the point.
Now cycling airlock. Please wait.
You know what? Because this place is full of rads, I'm going to use my second dose of mysterious serum.
Initiating decontamination sequence. Decontamination Decontamination complete. You may proceed.
You know, I didn't think this through.
Security alert in the reactor chamber. Emergency lockdown.
Ah, I can't leave. Okay, yeah, I have some Rad-X and Rad-Away, but my gosh.
Decontamination sequence.
Like, what's the plan here?
Decontamination complete.
You're right, I should see if I have some Rad-X.
You may proceed. Security alert in the reactor chamber. Emergency lockdown initiated. Please wait. Decontamination complete.
Okay. I don't know why the sentry bot is the first thing that actually that shotgun shells. Okay, where am I going?
Do not make any further indications.
Lockdown ended.
Oh boy. Well, I got the thingy. Berserker Knuckles. Rest of his body goes, his head stays. If the dog gets hurt, we are having a problem. No. The thing is, the dog's immortal. I could shoot it with a mini nuke and it would get back up. Just like that. In this game, the dog is A-okay. That being said, I don't actively try to hurt dog meat. I think all that's left is like the last mission, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're at the end of the game.
Synth unit, you were scheduled for maintenance duty in SRB last night. Anything you'd like to report?
Nothing to report, sir. I carried out my duties, as usual.
Dr. Ayo saw you
We might have to crush the railroad before the final mission, but, like, really?
Our technology must seem pretty advanced by your standards.
Dr. Fillmore.
Well, I see you managed on your own. I won't lie. I was a little nervous you wouldn't pull it off. Seems I needn't have worried. I'll make sure the agitator gets where it needs to go. I understand Father is anxious to get you involved in something else. You'd better not keep him waiting.
All maintenance requests should be directed to the facilities division.
Alright, another level up. None of my perks really need anything, so... Another point into endurance for more health.
From what I hear, that rogue synth at Libertalia was a real menace.
You're quite right. How's your energy? I see. You're sticking to the regiment? And you've been getting extra rest? Are there many more?
You wanted to see me?
I understand mass fusion was a success, despite interference from the Brotherhood of Steel.
We handled them just fine.
That's what Dr. Fillmore reported. I'm quite pleased at the results.
Oh yeah, then there's this dumb mission.
Technology to those savages. The Brotherhood's intervention must be placed in a larger context, however, given their penchant for hoarding technology. Future conflict with them is guaranteed. We are, after all, keepers of the most advanced technology.
I don't know why this is a mission, but essentially it's just like, no, I don't like it that you're making him the leader, so I'm going to have a food strike. And then you walk up to him and say, stop being so dumb.
I'm proud of you.
And he'll go like, oh yeah, I'll do that. Mission accomplished.
And look at me.
Also, I might have to kill some synthetic gorillas, but that's another thing.
You're needed elsewhere at once.
Oh, good. Here I was afraid I'd have nothing to do.
Very funny. There's something that needs your immediate attention. While you were working with Dr. Fillmore, a small team was dispatched elsewhere in the Commonwealth. Dr. Thompson was tasked with inviting someone from the Commonwealth to join the Institute.
Oh, this is not the mission I thought it was.
Sounds simple enough.
It was supposed to be, yes. There was no indication that this would be a problem. but the arrival of the team was an unwelcome
But this is
surprise
another
to
one
Mr.
that's super easy.
Somewhere along the way,
It's where you have to
we
calm the
were
Minutemen down.
monitoring him from a distance. He called in mercenaries to defend him. I'm sure they're nothing we can't handle. Ensure the safety of the team and Mr. Wallace, and see that they all arrive back here safely. I'll be waiting.
Okay, and now we just have to go to, near Grey Garden. Okay, so this is the mission pinned. What I was thinking of was a House Divided, but it seems a House Divided is a side quest. How many Stimpaks do I have? 134. Okay, I'm pretty good on those for now. Let's see. Jet is 20. Psycho is 83.
Oh, thank God you're here. I was starting to worry we might not make it out of this mess.
Everything's taken care of. You're safe.
It was bad enough when Wallace reacted so poorly to our arrival, but then Gunners? I was not prepared for that. I know he's potentially important to Phase 3 and all, but I'm not sure it's worth putting ourselves in harm's way.
If he's really important to the Institute, then it's worth it.
You're right, I suppose. I know they've been keeping an eye on him for years. Not sure how they originally found him, but probably don't want to know. But once they realized how smart he was and what an asset he could be for Phase 3, they watched pretty closely. I think they even fed him scientific material from time to time to see how good he was, you know, testing him, to see if he was Institute material. Let's just get Wallace and get out of here.
No argument from me. Let's go.
Right. There's just, well, there's a slight problem with that. He doesn't want to go with us. I was thinking, maybe you could try and talk to him.
No problem. I'm sure I can get him to see reason.
I hope so. We really need him.
No use.
I'm supposed to talk to him through the door.
Mr. Wallace, I'm here to talk
There
to
we
you.
go.
You're another one of them, aren't you? Are you a robot?
I mean you no harm. No one here does, all right? We're just here to talk.
You're not stealing my organs, or shooting me into space, or whatever it is you do. I won't let you. I've heard all the stories. I know exactly what happens to people when the Institute shows up. Well, it's not happening to me.
Just shut up and listen to me. We're not here to hurt you. But if you make this difficult, you're going to regret it.
Okay, all right. What do you want from me? Why are you here?
The Institute needs your help, Mr. Wallace. It's as simple as that.
My help? With what?
The Institute has an engineering problem that your scientific expertise could help solve. In exchange for helping us out, you'd be granted access to the most advanced research facility imaginable. Whatever research you wanted to perform, anything, it's possible there. I promise. You'd be safe and secure in a way that's completely impossible anywhere else.
You'd be helping us create a better world.
That sounds good. Okay, fine. I'll go.
You must be pretty excited being named the next director. Okay. I think we've got this under control now. Thanks. I mean, thanks for the assist.
Hey, I'm here to help. You're welcome.
I really mean it. I owe you one. I'll see you back in the Institute.
Alright, did it. I could have sworn the Minutemen showed up for that one. It's been a while, so I guess I'm just wrong about that.
Sounds like those raiders at Libertalia are quite a handful.
Ah, there you are. I cannot express how pleased I am. Our new guest is familiarizing himself with his surroundings. Yet he's already pointed.
If you establish if you got the Minutemen established, it's them. If not, it's the Gunners. Oh, okay.
And it's all thanks to you.
I'm proud to help the Institute. Here's hoping it all pays off.
At this point, there is no doubt. It will succeed, and very shortly. There is one more part for you to play, and I think you might enjoy it.
Does it include drugs?
It's time to announce our presence to the Commonwealth, to request that they do not interfere with our plans. You should be the one to do it.
Right, because no one up there suspects the Institute exists.
This is not a joke. There's been too much posturing by too many groups. The world needs to know that we are in power and the Commonwealth is ours. As the incoming director, it is your responsibility to lead, to establish that place for the Institute's future. Please take this seriously. We've prepared some remarks for you to record. Once you're finished, we'll broadcast them to the entire Commonwealth. Use the microphone here and follow the script. It's quite simple. I'm sure you'll do fine, Father.
Oh boy, I'm gonna be put in front of a microphone. Let's go.
For years now, you have suspected that the Institute still exists. That we are among you. It is true. But it is not the whole truth. We're here. And we are your new masters. Our superior technology represents the future of the Commonwealth. Today, we activate our nuclear reactor, ensuring that we will persevere long after the world above ground ceases to exist. Ensuring that mankind has a future. We have no desire to interfere in the unimportant details of your pathetic existences. We simply insist that you do not interfere with Institute operations. To do so would result in your complete annihilation. Rest easy. Know that the future is out of your control, and that mankind will thrive under our guidance.
I did it!
Well, that was interesting. Perhaps not what we originally intended, but it will certainly get your point across. Now it's time to make sure that everyone hears it. How would you feel about making a little trip to Diamond City?
I could use some fresh air.
A quaint phrase, though I'm afraid the air there is anything but fresh. The radio station in Diamond City is listened to by many in the Commonwealth. If we'd like the people to hear what we have to say, it's the best way to reach them. Before we preempt their broadcast, we need to ensure it reaches the maximum range possible. I've been assured that the necessary parts are on site. You'll just need to install them to boost the broadcasting power. Report back when you're done. We should be ready by then.
Man, this mission feels pointless. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just negative. I don't feel like I'm being negative, though. It's just, why do I gotta be the one to do this? I'm supposed to be the leader of the Institute, and you just want me to do a simple slap job Like, why?
Got a minute? Drinks on me.
Because I'm the only one not allergic to outside. They have synths. They have coursers who can go invisible.
Hi. There.
Hi, Travis. Don't mind me.
I'll need to find those radio parts. Okay, let's try this.
This radio station, well, you'll notice there aren't any other ones. So,
what does it want me to do?
Maybe this goes here? Alright, in you go.
Don't break my stuff. If you don't mind.
All right. I don't know. I also feel like it's kind of a missed opportunity. I have freaking like 12 intelligence right now, and I still don't know what those are besides thing with button, thing with dial, thing with tube.
A clean and healthy work environment is essential to maximum productivity.
I'd expect those descriptions for a 1 int character. I know, not a 12 intelligence character. Actually, I might have more. Give me a second. Yeah, I have 12.
Sleep is such a waste of time. I'd rather be designing more efficient plasma cutters.
Enjoy your trip to the big city. It's done then? The transmitter has been modified.
Everything is in place. It's ready to go when we are.
Good. Once the reactor is online, we'll cut into their broadcast. I'll let you do the honors. This, my friends, is the moment we've all worked towards. After all your effort, the time has finally come to start our reactor. No longer will we be forced to compromise to survive. No more will we need worry about outpacing our resources. My father and I could...
Yeah, I'm ignoring you.
be more proud of what you have helped us accomplish. And we look forward to achieving even greater things in the future. The Institute is now truly mankind's best hope. Thank you. All of you.
Sean.
It's almost hard to believe. After all those years of hard work, here we are. We've arrived. Look what you've made possible.
I did good work, didn't I?
Yes. Yes, you did. There's more work to be done before the Institute's future is guaranteed. The Directorate has convened a meeting about how to proceed. I'm not going to attend. You should be there as Director.
Oh boy, another meeting! I love sitting in a room with no gameplay.
All this advanced technology, we still can't...
Single file line, everyone. Let's see, how am I doing on shotgun? Pretty good.
Remember to conserve power at every opportunity.
Scanning. Subject identified.
Unit B592
May I be the first to welcome
undergoing
you,
the
sir.
reclamation
We're looking
process
forward
as
to
we
working
speak.
with you.
Before long, he'll be back in the workforce.
Let's just get down to business.
Yes, of course.
Right now, we're all here because it's finally time to stand up for ourselves.
Let's not be dramatic, Justin.
There's nothing dramatic about it. We're in a position to push back, to assert ourselves here. That's what we've talked about all along.
To bring you up to speed, obviously there are groups in the Commonwealth that stand in opposition to the Institute's goals. With the reactor now online, we have the ability to not only expand synth production, but to project power to a much greater degree.
So you're saying we can now wage war on the Commonwealth?
I don't think anyone really intended that as a course of action. The Directorate has agreed that steps must be taken to ensure our safety in the long run.
Let's not beat around the bush. The Directorate has agreed that the Brotherhood of Steel needs to be eliminated.
As the incoming director, we felt it important to inform you of the decision and get your thoughts on it. So, where do you stand?
I agree. We hit them hard, before they have time to react to our new position.
Good. That's just what I wanted to hear.
As director, it's up to you and how we focus our efforts in achieving this goal. We'd like your input on what direction we should take. Do we increase synth production or focus on weapons development?
I've seen enough to know that weapons are the key to winning wars. Let's focus on weapons development.
As you wish. The advanced systems folks will get to work immediately. Thank you very much for your time, sir. That's all we have for the moment. I believe Father wished to speak with you once our meeting concluded.
Being the director of the Institute is a serious commitment. I hope you understand.
Well, that was easy.
X688 sounded very impressed with your work at Libertalia. He doesn't give praise lightly.
All right,
See you.
let's go.
Nice work bringing that rogue synth back.
Wait, this isn't the right one.
We got more than enough.
So many projects.
Jeez, old man, I had a whole meeting and you were still trying to hobble back to your room.
I assume they made their intentions known? It was difficult for them to reach the decision to engage in open hostility. What about you? You agree with their decision?
It's the only way we can ensure the Institute's safety. That makes it the right thing to do.
I'm glad you agree. None what comes next will be easy. That conviction may help keep us all going. You know, Father, it's no secret that you worked with the Railroad in order to first reach the Institute. The depth
You know,
of your
worked
involvement
with
them
is
has been called
very...
into question repeatedly.
I don't know.
I'm
It's
sure you can guess by whom. The question is, where do you stand?
it just feels so awkward where it's just like, I know you've worked with the Railroad before.
They mean nothing to me. Never have.
And I'm over here like, yeah, I may have worked with the Railroad before, but I've also gunned down so many of them at Bunker Hill for you.
To exist. They represent a very clear threat to the Institute. Small as they are in number, their twisted ideology ensures that they will never stop trying to strike at us. They must be eradicated. Are you willing to see to it?
You don't have to worry about them any longer. They're as good as dead.
Thank you. Do what needs to be done, but keep yourself safe.
All right. No way around it. Why can't I fast? I can, like, this does not count as the Institute. Yay! Another loading screen! Our favorite. Again, at least they're shorter now. Let's see. Get in there, pop a psycho jet, and unload. That's the plan.
Get out of here.
We've heard some very disturbing things about you. That you've been to the...
Sorry, Deacon. Jeez, most of them were asleep. Alright, that's it. And level up. More endurance. You know, when I first started this playthrough, did not expect to be making a tank-like character, but you know, it's just, like, because none of the perks I'm using are actually, like, some of the builds I make are extraordinarily perk-heavy, and some of them are more stat-heavy, like this one. Like, if I make a luck-based character, oh boy, it's rare that I put anything else into... like other stats because I put so many perks into luck.
sounds like things are pretty bad in bioscience. I hope you can resolve the situation.
Do not tell me that father still hasn't hobbled his way out.
Remember, health and happiness
Son.
go hand in
And
hand.
so, the work is done. I am sorry.
Nope. Not a problem.
Let's see, speaking of stats, are there any special in 4 that are clearly more important than others, the way intelligence is in New Vegas? I'm gonna be that guy and tell you that endurance is kind of the be-all end-all stat in this game.
Whatever it is, we can handle it.
I believe so. But in this case, what matters most is how we handle it. The Brotherhood of Steel covets technology and has made it clear that
Because HP in Fallout 4, how it is determined, in the early game, endurance can save you in a lot of situations, but once you hit the late game, if you have enough endurance, nothing can kill you, ever.
You're right. We take the fight to them.
I'm glad you agree. But the problem with the Brotherhood of Steel goes beyond the edges of the Commonwealth. It's not enough to destroy them here. There are more of them out there in the world, Father. And they too will come for us.
We can defeat them now. We can defeat them again if we have to.
Possibly, yes. But it would be smarter to put an end to it now. We will show them that if they interfere with us, the very technology they value so highly will be turned against them. We will teach them that we can appear at a moment's notice, wherever we please, and they cannot ever stop us. They will know better than to ever interfere with us again.
You seem pretty convinced this will work.
The Institute is nothing if not thorough. Dr. Lee should be expecting you in her lab. She can fill you in on the details. Time is of the essence.
All right.
At last, we have power adequate to our needs.
Dr. Lee.
What can I do for you?
Sean says it's time.
Ah, that. Well, let's get to it. Dr. Orman, over here, please. It's time.
What now? I'm still working over the code that the robotics sent over. The algorithm is a mess. It's not even close to peak efficiency.
It would seem we've run out of time. Let's go. We're going to cover the basics of the operation as it stands now. Dr. Orman has done most of the prep work, so I'll let her explain.
Okay, thanks. Is this really exciting, or is it just me? So, you know that the Brotherhood's main operation is at the airport, right?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Okay, good. If they were a little less intelligent, we wouldn't even be talking about this. We'd have just swarmed them with synths. But they're not idiots. They've managed to generate an EM field that's messing with our ability to relay in.
So we just relay onto the airship and sabotage it.
Won't do us any good. There's no direct connection between their robot and the airship, so the immediate area around their encampment is a no-go. They don't, however, have the entire airport covered. We can relay you in to a point at the edge of the airport, and then you can get in and take down the generators.
We'll have the element of surprise, if nothing else.
Exactly. You'll have surprise on your side. Should give you some time before they can organize a real defense. For every generator you take down, it means we can start relaying in synths, giving you even more of an advantage. And, oh, I almost forgot. Take these.
Oh, thanks. Grenades. Sure, I can always use grenades.
No, they're not grenades. This thing, and I haven't come up with a good name for it yet, it basically deploys a beacon marker. Wherever they land, we can lock onto them and relay synths directly to that position. If there's a hotspot, you can drop synths right on it. We've only got a few of these, so put them to good use. Don't go tossing them into the bay.
Okay, that's pretty good. I'm impressed.
I know, right? I mean, thanks. I thought it was neat. But still, it's just to help. Your real job will be to reach Liberty Prime. You know the deal with that, right?
It's the Brotherhood's giant robot.
Right. They think it's their ultimate weapon. We're going to show them it's ours. We've taken everything we know, made a few modifications based on what we think they've done with it in the past 10 years. And, this part was my idea, uploaded the whole thing into a modified synth, capable of delivering the virus directly into Liberty Prime. The little guy is going to be exposed and vulnerable, so you'll have to keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't get shot, you know?
Oh boy.
With Liberty Prime on our side.
I love escort missions on top of it all.
And he won't be taking orders, but he will have his weapons and targeting systems overridden. And he'll absolutely recognize their airship as the primary communist target in the Commonwealth. So your end goal is ultimately pretty simple. Get to the robot, then hold the position while the synth does his thing. Oh, and don't worry, we'll pull you out of there before everything explodes.
If you have any questions, now's the time to ask. Otherwise, they'll be waiting for you in the relay room.
No questions. Let's do this.
Very well. Good luck to you.
Dr. Lee might not show it, but I can tell.
Okay, before... Okay. Game crashed. Give me 1 second, guys. I was gonna say let's go restock, but oof. Thank goodness for autosaves. It's true. Also, I have been quick saving fairly often.
Remember, health and happiness go
Sean.
hand in hand.
And so, the work is done.
Please let me skip any of it.
Uh-huh. It was tough. Yeah.
I assure there is obviously one final threat.
Right. Whatever it is, we can handle.
I believe so.
Uh-huh.
The Brotherhood, we need...
You're right. We take the fight to them.
But
sure.
There are...
We can defeat them now. We can defeat them again.
Possibly.
Mhm.
We will teach. They will...
You seem pretty convinced this will...
The Doctor.
Okay,
At
saving.
last, we have power adequate to our needs.
Dr. Lee.
What can I do for you?
Sean says it's time.
Ah. Well, Dr. Orman, over here, please. It's time.
What now?
Oh gosh, whose face am I in?
Robotics sent over. The algorithm is a mess. It's not even close to peak efficiency.
It would seem we've run out of time. Let's go. We're going to cover the basics of the operation.
Sure.
Dr. Orman.
Okay, so...
Uh-huh. I'm aware of that, yes.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
if they were... But...
Uh-huh. So we just relay on...
Won't do it. So we can...
We'll have the element of surprise.
Come on, come on.
Exactly.
Right.
You'll have forever and...
Oh, thanks. Grenades. Sure.
No, this thing. Wherever we've...
Okay. That's pretty good.
I know. You're real...
It's the Brotherhood's giant robot.
Right. We've taken every... And... The little...
With Liberty Prime on our side, that'll...
He's not... And he'll... So you... Oh!
What have I got for backup?
Once the generators are down.
What have I got for backup?
Once the generator...
No question.
Very well.
Dr. Lee might not...
Dr. Lee.
But I can tell she's excited about having the reactor...
I'm good for now. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, now, how many bullets do I have? I think I could do it with 120 shots, but at the same time, I'd feel much better if we, if we just did, like, one more go-around at every shop. You know, maybe get a couple more. Because this is a defense mission, and I am going to be fighting people in power armor. So, I don't know exactly how many shots I'll need.
Yes? Yes?
We sell everything. Stim packs.
Let's see what you got.
The highest
With a bit of waiting time.
Well, I suppose.
I'll take a look, sure.
Just don't call it.
Ah, none. Okay.
Everything I got will keep you safe.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Self-defense.
Oh, dang. They must have not restocked. Let's give them another 24 hours. That's usually about how long it takes for them to restock. They're much faster than in Skyrim, which takes like, what, 3 in-game days? Which I know is more realistic, but I'm not a fan. 2 in-game days never feels like that.
Let's see what you got.
Everything hand to.
I may sell just about everything, but
Uh-huh. I've got a few minutes to browse.
a bit of everything.
Okay, let's just quickly grab our rounds from Cleo and maybe some from Daisy.
Better keep your
Cleo.
iron strapped on.
You're buying.
Friendly advice.
Even
Let's see what you have.
purchase a variety.
Sure.
Means a lot to me that you made the life.
Mm-hmm. I'll take a look, sure.
All the supplies, money, or violence can buy.
Yes. Big shit.
Alright, I think we can make do with this. If there is a time to use all this Psycho Jet, now would be it. Maybe not all of it, but a consistent source of it as I run everyone down. Whee! Yeah! This is what we trained for! Oh, pure psychojet.
Something's out there.
Area sweep, now!
Nuh-uh. Oh, are you still around? Okay. This has to be terrifying on the other. Yeah, if you were the Brotherhood and you just saw some dude repeatedly huffing drugs while gunning down your entire forces, you would be like, what the heck? All running around at warp speed. Oh wait, you're a courser, aren't you? Yeah. Place teleport beacons? Who needs them? Sorry, Proctor and Graham, I actually like you.
Core system. Initialized.
Please don't kill me. Okay, this one's personal. Sorry, Dance. I don't have really a sniper weapon.
Attacking hostiles.
Gotta get up there. Elder Maxon, hey buddy. Sure would be a shame if I could jump. Woo!
Finalizing upload in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Operation complete. Shutting down.
Updated tactical assessment. Red Chinese presence detected. Aerial incursion by communist forces cannot succeed. Initiating directive 7395. Destroy all communists.
Time to go, sir. We're relaying to a safe location.
Did you have no head? That wasn't just me who saw that, right? Okay, maybe I just mistook. I don't know. It looked like he had no head.
Unit X688 speaks highly of your combat skills.
Sounds like those raiders at Libertalia were quite a handful.
I wish Quinton would stop telling those stupid stories.
Hello, Sean.
Ah. There you are. I've already heard the news. But of course you wouldn't be here if it weren't a success. I'm glad it worked, but I'm glad you're safe.
At one hell of a cost.
They left us no choice. Remember that. There will always be difficult decisions to make. Ali has always been loyal to the Institute, and to me. You can rely on her for help. Once I'm gone, it's all up to you.
I don't know if I can take your place.
You don't need to look at it that way. Don't worry about taking my place. Make your own place. Don't worry about me. You need to look ahead. Focus on the future. Our time together has been strange, hasn't it? I spent years wondering what you were like. Thinking about all we missed out on. I want you to know that I'm grateful for the time we've had.
What time did we have?
I'm glad I found you.
What quality time have we had?
Father.
That one time where we stared on top of a building together?
His dreams. I think I'd like to sleep now.
I've lost Sean. All over again. I close my eyes. I see my life before all of this. Before the bombs. Everything can change in an instant. And the future you plan for yourself shifts, whether or not you're ready. At some point, it happens to all of us. This wasn't the world I wanted, but it was the one I found myself in. The Commonwealth. My home. Ripped apart and put back together. I hoped I could find my family, cheat time, make us whole again. The way we were. But now I know. I know I can't go back. I know the world has changed. That the road ahead will be hard. This time, I'm ready. Because I know war. War never changes.
And credits? No credits. Oh, we're gonna end this just like we've started it. Leveling up quickly and huffing Psycho Jet. Alright, but we're going to quit the game now to the main menu, and I'll let the credits go here. So, that was Fallout 4. I hope you guys had fun with that playthrough. That one was an absolute blast. I have my issues with Fallout 4, but that being said, this is always a fun game to just run around in for a while. Shoot some dudes, punch some dudes. Like, whatever you want to do, it's really good. But the problem is that we, as Fallout fans, have played more interesting stories. I think probably my biggest upset with this game is that they got rid of skill checks. We kept speech checks, but there's no strength checks, no intelligence checks, there's no perception, no luck. Like, that was some of the best stuff that you could do. Just having, like, make it so that the character I'm playing as, if I'm playing as an intelligence character, make me feel like I'm finding the smart solutions. If I'm playing a strength-based character, allow me to do things that weaker players could not do. I feel like there's so much Fallout can do with its formula, but they're really stripping it down and not letting you play with it, essentially. Like, if they did not have speech checks, charisma would be dump stat. If they, like, honestly, perception in most playthroughs I do is a dump stat. I rarely raise agility unless I'm doing a heavy VATS build, or unless I really, really want blitz for melee characters, but otherwise I'd never touch that. And luck, if you do not use VATS, luck is pathetic. I'm sad we got rid of the natural critical hits. I love the idea of the critical banking. The critical banking is one of the best ideas, in my opinion, going into Fallout 4, but the fact that it completely replaces natural crits, it's not fun. And yeah, there's actually a drug in the game called Overdrive, which puts natural crits back in the game, so the code is there. I don't know how to feel about that. But yeah, like, this was fun. Now I have to think about what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, because I promised a Fallout 4 stream tomorrow, and I don't know how if I'm going to just boot up another Fallout 4 character or what we want to do. Gosh, there's a lot of games I still need to get to, though. And I might play, who knows, I might do another Fallout 4 stream. I could start that punching idiot character with maximum luck that I talked about. Or I could start that special beam cannon character I talked about. And if I do play the game again, we are going to go into some of the other factions. We're not just going to beeline the story. I do plan on doing Far Harbor. I do plan on doing Nuka World at some time. Special beam cannon. Oh yeah, I love that build. Basically, I create a one-handed laser pistol out of the righteous authority that Dance gives you. Give it the maximum photon agitator that makes critical hits deal plus 400% damage. And it's basically just this, like, wait for it with all the little shots before kaboom, just taking something out with a multiplier of 1,200% damage. Something ludicrous like that. I think it's close to 1,000%. With the energy pistol. You can get silly with some of these builds. And yeah, you can actually convert the Righteous Authority, which is a laser rifle. Energy weapons are so diverse that you can make it anything you want. So you could just, like I said, you can make it a pistol if you wanted. Yeah, it's very malleable, customizable. Modular? Sure. More words that mean the same thing. But I think I'm going to end things here, though, guys. I hope you all had a wonderful time. This has been your host, Kazar Spell. Hoping to see you in the next video or live stream. And signing out.